Yeah. Had a very productive day today. And yeah. I'm tired, honestly, so figured I'd knock this out a little early and maybe go to bed a little early. Today was your day off. Hey, I've used it too. I just get and I'm gonna use it today. I get annoyed with all the 31 Ito hype. I don't know why, it's just starting to annoy me. The rain cover is out. Oh, nice. I'm annoyed because on Stephen Weigel's Ito list, there was somebody was like, oh, 31 should be higher. And I left a comment saying how 31 can be, if you want to make something in 12 sound even more plain, just play it in 31. And somebody else was like arguing with me about it, and I'm just like, dude, 31 stuff has got to stop. It's too much. People put it on too high of a pedestal. Hey, what's up, Dom? How you doing? That's not bad. See Reaper, you join. What's up, Cheese Master? Welcome. You got anything on Bandcamp? Yeah, I'll check it out. They all enjoy different tunings. Yeah, they do. Checking out this video Yo Variable put out. Scallion cover. I think I'm gonna play with some 31 equal later, but I might do some mixing first. But I'm gonna check out all these links and stuff. What do you do? What do you do, Cheese Master? Do you record? What do you do with Reaper? Scallion, good, goated. You record with Reaper. Are you into microtonal stuff, Cheese Master? That's kind of the focus of this stream, at least for now. But you're welcome to send me some music, even if not. I'll definitely check it out. Bulk mix. Half and half. Used correctly, it's cool, yeah. I guess I agree with that. Played that and on the guitar. Play keyboard and guitar. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I play a lot of keys. I play play more piano, acoustic piano, but I got this MIDI controller here. It's called a linnstrument. I don't know if you're familiar with the linnstrument cheese, but it's like in between a keyboard and a guitar almost. But I do microtonal stuff with it. It's really good for that. Really good for microtonal stuff. Guitar, it's crazy. Don't meet a lot of guitarists, gotta say. I think I know like one guy who does a lot of guitars. Or I guess two. I guess now three, thanks to cheese. See more microtonal pianos and guitars, yeah. I really want a Lumitone. Instrument we were just looking at. Yeah. But they're like really expensive. I'll get one eventually, but wow. That's really cool, Dom. I have yet to play one, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna be able to play one until I buy it. Cause I don't know anybody who's into this stuff. Like in person. I'm gonna bliss out for months when I get it. I mean, I'm definitely gonna use it a lot. I don't know about bliss now. It'll definitely be a step up though. I'm sure it's gonna be like kind of annoying in the very beginning because I gotta like figure out how to work it. But I already know what I want to try like right away. I want to get into 34 Edo and some. I mean, obviously I'll mess with 31 at some point. And I want to play with 26 too on there. Actually, I think I don't know because I haven't tried it, but based on what I've seen, it seems like Lumitone is a lot easier to pick up if you know piano. So I don't think I'll have a hard time adapting to it. It's like Variable plays piano, Mike Battaglia plays piano, Amelia Huff plays piano, Brian Deester, they're all good at piano. And they're all good at Lumitone. So I think I won't have a problem with you have perfect pitch, Cheese? Oh, hell yeah. Hey, do y'all want to do a hey, Cheese, can you pick out microtonal notes? It's properly rated? What does that mean? Is that the point of the one I'm using now, Dom? The point of the one I'm using now is just to have something to use. Oh, 31? Oh, right. I think it's overrated. But I'm gonna mess with it later. Maybe I'll change my mind. I'm gonna do some 31 later. I just, I don't know. I kind of like, I've been getting so annoyed with the 31 hype that it's like, it's making me like cantankerous now. Like now when people talk about how great it is, I just want to argue with them. I just want to be like, is it that great? I don't think it is. And here's why I don't think it is. Cause I can't tell you one great 31 Edo song. Like, what's the great 31 Edo piece of music? I've heard a lot of 31 Edo stuff that's good. Yes, it's good, but it's not, you know, The best microtonal stuff I've heard, in my opinion, none of it's been in 31. Most of it has been in 22. Some of it's been just like kind of like left field stuff. Like that 13 Ito piece by Lime Boiler. That is sick. And the only person who's 31 Ito I'm really into is Amelia Huff. And even then, I kind of think her stuff, honestly, sounds like 12 Ito with a chorus. I'm sorry to offend, but it's true. She basically is playing like 12 Ito major 7 chords and stuff and just adding the the notes right next to it. Can't say that I'm streaming. Oh, am I on right now? I'm sorry, but the 31 stuff just sounds like 12. It does. You could do it in 12. And most of it is on purpose. Like they're like, "Oh, well, it's backwards compatible." No, it's almost like if it works in 12, like you should just do it in 12 if you're going to 31. If you go to like 22 or 26 or even like something crazy like listen to Tower Jam Fight by Abnormality. Look, I've heard a lot of good at 31. I'm not saying I haven't heard anything good in 31. I just, if I'm talking about this stuff that like really got me into microtonality, none of it was in 31. I don't really have a problem with 31 actually at all, Dom. It's just people's attitude about it. Like they act like they put it on this pedestal and they act like it's like the greatest tuning, and it just isn't. It's just fine. It's just okay. Like people love to talk about it. Like that's the thing. Because the theory in 31 is really clean and it's easy to understand. So because people can actually make sense of it, they just want to talk about it and be like, "Oh, well, it approximates up to the 11 limit better than any other Ito until like 3 million Ito." And it's like, "Okay, well, let's hear some good music in 31 then." And they're like, "Oh no, the good music for 31 is in 12 or it's in JI." It's like a sub the people use it to substitute for 12 and for JI. They don't really do anything that interesting with 31. And the interesting stuff you can do in 31, like the other temperaments, like they probably sound cooler in other tunings. Because 31 doesn't sound that interesting. It's kind of normal sounding. It sounds kind of plain. Honestly, it sounds like more plain than 12 sometimes because it's more consonant and it has less energy as a result. It's literally less exciting when you do like mean tone 31 stuff versus 12. 12 is actually more exciting doing the same music. And that's something no one talks about. And why don't they talk about it? Because it's just 31. Yeah, and everyone says it has untapped potential, but no, who actually is using it that way? My favorite stuff I've heard in 31 was by Mike Battaglia when he was improvising. And even then, most of it I thought was kind of boring. But there were just like little moments where it was like not boring like the music was boring, but like boring in the sense that it didn't seem like anything that interesting harmonically was going on. I woke up today and chose. Someone was arguing with me on YouTube about my opinion, like trying to gaslight me. I don't know, gaslight's probably too extreme, but they were like saying like I was saying that if you want to make something in 12 sound more plain, play it in 31. And I honestly feel that way. think that's true. And they're just like, oh, well, if you think it's plain, the problem is with you. It's like, no, dude. The problem is that there's such a 31 hype. It's like when I made my Edo list, I remember specifically like putting 31 where I did because I knew the peer pressure was gonna be such a way. I'm not wrong on this abnormality. I'm sorry. People will not agree with me anytime soon because the hype, we're still living in the hype, but give it a year or less, maybe two, if I'm being overly optimistic, which I usually am. And a lot of people are going to be saying the same exact thing I'm saying right now. Because it's true. Just use your ear and your heart. Just if you follow your heart, you know it. Just look deep inside yourself. But that being said, I am going to mess with 31 later. I'm going to, because I haven't messed with it much lately at all. And I've written music in 31. I've put out stuff in 31. It's just overhyped. Keyword overrated. Not bad. Not bad. It's fine. It's good, even. But is it properly rated? No. Alright. I'm gonna look up your stuff. Yeah, I know everyone's against me. That's fine. I expect this. However, it's just true. Alright. You guys are welcome to disagree. However, I know the difference between hype and what I'm just experiencing. And whether it's true or not, I believe I have a magical ability to separate the two. Alright, let's see. I'm trying to find this. Power Jam 5. And I have listened to it. Gordon are pushing your agenda on impressionals, then curious individuals looking. Yeah, just like the reason 31 is hyped is because YouTube, 2 or 3 YouTube influencers have like pushed the shit out of it, and that's really why. It's because a handful of people have like just pushed it so hard. Look, it's good, but it's not selling me on 31 versus. It's not making me go, oh, you know what? When I get a Lumitone, the first thing I want to do is play 31. Counterpoint, all Zen tunings are underrated. That is true. I mean, yeah, in that sense, it's underrated. Yeah. I think part of the problem with 31 is that it's really easy to make it sound familiar. You'll fall into that. It's more Zen harmonics to lean into the Zen potential. There's a lot. maybe, but at the same time, it's like it's been a known tuning since before modern microtonality. It's like one of the oldest, like, mean tone, whatever, tunings. And like it's had like more time even than like, some of the others. And like where's the music? You know what I mean? But I mean, that is good. Not bad, but at the same time, it's like not necessarily selling me specifically on 31. Yeah, and I'm not. If someone never listens to microtonal music and they start listening to 31, I think that's a plus. And if 31 is what sells it to them, then fine. That's fine. And it's good. But, you know, if 31's a gateway to better tunings, I'm all for it. But I don't know. I think the energy that influencers have been putting into 31 is I think that's not a I don't think that's where they should be focusing their attention, honestly. I think 19 is overhyped. Um no, I don't, because I don't hear a lot of 19 hype. 19, there's a lot of familiarity for 19, sure. A lot of people talk about 19, but nobody talks about 19 the way people talk about 31. 31 is the only tuning that I hear people talking about like it's like the alternative tuning. Like some people talk about 31 as though we could just do away with every tuning and we could get everything from 31, which of course is not true. You just can't. And no one talks about 19 like that. People talk about 31 as though it does things that nobody's doing with it. Here's what I'm saying. Like, what am I trying to say? Like, people talk about 31 and talk about the potential, but they're not talking about you. I mean, even if you're not hearing someone specifically say 31 is like the alternative tuning, there's a am I overhyping the hype? I don't think I am, because I just don't. Like, I can say a comment about 31 and then people just attack it. You know what I mean? There's a sensitivity about it that I think is not it's just not deserved. Now, you know, I don't know. It's just my feeling. I have a I don't know, just recently it's just been percolating. I'm kind of annoyed. I'm getting annoyed with it. But I don't know, maybe I am. Maybe I am overhyping it. Overhyping the hype. But I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't see influencers putting out videos on any other tuning. Avaji, you can ban me. I don't think mods can ban me. But no, yeah, when people talk about 19, I hear way more like what it's good for. And like specific things, it's a very like sober kind of just like matter of fact thing. Like I hear a lot of people talk about mean tone in 19 and how it's good for playing normal music and how it's like can be zen, but it's not usually. And like they talk about the thirds and the sixths. And that's it. That's all I ever hear about 19. That's about it. Every once in a while, like maybe once or twice, someone's like, told me to try to scale out. That was a little interesting. But yeah, I don't know. With 31, it's like no one talks about what it actually is used for. No one's ever just like, yeah, it's a mean tone tuning. It's all like, oh, it's got like every chord and it's like so close to JI and like you can do anything you want. It's like you can't really do anything you want. If you could, why aren't people doing things with it? Nobody's doing anything with it. A couple people are doing things with it. Like I said, like Amelia Huff is doing cool stuff with it. But even then, I kind of feel like it's a little, I don't know. And then like the scales people talk about in 31 that are like supposedly interesting, like the Orwell and the I think it's just Orwell. It's like a whole tone scale. I mean, basically like a whole tone scale. It's not that cool. No, cause didn't Zia Rose do one too? But she called it something else. But it's the same scale, right? Or am I misunderstanding?
Long before they became legends.
Trying to find the video. She did like a modal analysis. There's an older video. Petrica. No, it's not even in 31. Never mind. Oh well. Mothra. Oh, it's Mothra. Okay. Um. Yeah, I've heard it. It's good. I'm just trying to figure out what that video was. It's in like J. It's like an edgy or whatever. Um. You can use a 6 out of 31. Yeah, you can use 6 out of 30. It's basically another whole tone scale. Yeah. They're like one is like a flatter whole tone and the other one is like a sharper whole tone. They're like both whole tone scales. Yeah, yeah, yeah. From it says right here. Using 631. They're probably like the same thing. Yeah, they like both did a video. They both like did a video on a mode of 31, and they're both like whole tone scale. Like this is a wider one, and then the Orwell is just like the smaller one. That one. Or Orwell one is. Yeah. Good. Generator. 271. That's not a full step. What's that?
Here's some useful chords you can develop if you have 31 notes per octave instead of 12. Starting strong with the hexatonic supermajor Mothra cluster. Blech, that's a mouthful, but boy, is it a really cool.
232. Yeah, it's a whole tone. Same one.
Quality
what's the
if you want to
Orwell?
spell out the chord.
Okay, Orwell is something else.
Roberto traded up to commercial insurance from Geico for serious coverage for both his truck and cargo.
This is a Geico?
Hi, let's straight up temperament. Major third. And bend.
7. Okay, it is that one. You do like a 5 notes, 4 notes. You don't know why, but you hate Levi for no reason. A little too YouTubey. It makes me a little uncomfortable, I won't lie. I like his music, but there's something about like the way he looks in the camera makes me so uncomfortable. Like, do you have to stare that hard into the camera? But I do appreciate the I do appreciate what he's doing though. Anyway. And Mothra, you don't get the 5. Is it Mothra the mean tone extension of Slendrick? Wrong with Patreon. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe maybe I'm leaning too negative today, but I don't know. I just got incensed by the YouTube comments. But it's more than that. It's even before that. But let's play some 31. Let's check it out. I'm gonna be annoyed with it. I might as well learn something about it in the process. I think just payment supports work. Yeah, I mean, shit, variable. You could start up Patreon. Abnormality, you could start a Patreon. Yeah. Well, that's good. Wow, $10. $20 to get your team up there. Super majors. Alright, so alright, let's play with those modes. Scales. So one of them was this 6. Or the get 2 chords, 2 types of chords. I guess one is well, there's one is these. Interesting. You don't get like a real third. You get like a short 4. You get a 5th. Is that true? Am I doing this wrong? You go 6, 12, 18. You get a 5th. Okay, that's your 5th. So you have a chord this way. Not like a sussy kind of chord. And then you have the other one. This is like the most flavorless mode in the most flavorless tuning. It's like, oh, we it just is what it is. There's not even a third. There's not even a third. They're all sus chords. Like, come on. You can't even be mad. It's just true. It's just true. I'm sus. Okay. Hold on. There's a maybe there's a chord. Let's see. Is that a chord? What is that? That's a seventh. Or a second. So you also get one bigger of all these. So you have this, but you also have the down minor third. But you don't get this with the fifth. If you get this, you get a up fifth, right? You could put the fifth on the bottom. So you could get, yeah, but you would get the third up an octave, right? So it would be like that. So you can get the chords like that. No, that's an octave. No, these are the same. So what? No, so you can't get it. You would get it does sound cool. That's the down minor third and then up six from is fourth. I mean that's a cool chord. Don't get me wrong. Sounds like a telephone. Sounds like the dial-up modem sound or whatever. But it's cool. I like it. It's like a modem sound. Found 7/6. Yeah, it's a good interval. So yeah. But I mean, look, it's not even an insult. It's just if you want a more ambiguous, like pure kind of a sound in a chord, and you want a fuller chord than just like playing fifths, you play like a sus chord. I mean, that's just what you do. And I mean, this mode is like basically a suspended sort of mode. It is interesting, and it's not, obviously not the same as like playing like a 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 pentatonic and 12, because for one, you don't get the third. Playing diasim. Alright. What's the you know what the isn't that like two I'll look at it. So I always forget how to do it. So Hey, Mr. Leaky, what's up? A very impressive guy. Everyone here is very impressive brainiacs as well. Wow, thank you, Mr. Where I've been I've been unleashing my frustration with the state of the opinion of the larger Zen world, the esteem of 31 in the Zen harmonic community. I'm making an effort to attack it while also basically feeding into it by playing with 31 and drawing more attention to it. Anyway, 5, 2, 1. How do you arrange it again? Oh, here. Five. I wish it would just tell me the order of the step sizes. It explains all this, but it doesn't just give you the order of the steps. This one? This one? Oh, is it? Um, what if I gain anti 31 followers? Uh, I'm not even against 31. I like 31. I just think it's overrated. That's all. But if people agree with me, I'll, feel validated. That'd be fine. I will declare myself their leader. Why in the Christ was this in your recommended feed? That's a good question, Muttfin. What is your opinion on 31 equal divisions of the octave, Muttfin? Leo Babley, because you're a god. Alright, so it's 5, 2, and 1. 5, 2, and 1. So it'd be 5, 1, 5, 5, 2, 5, 1, 5. I know I've written this down before. 5, 1, 2, 5, 1. I know I've done this before. But, 5, 5, 2, 5. I did something wrong. 5, 1. Wait, where am I? Alright, so 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 1, 2, 4, 5. 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 4, 5. 1. There we go. Oh, interesting. Oh, is that good? That looks. Alright. Get a better sound going. Oh. Um, who's the goat of the genre? Zia Rose of the 31 Ito genre. That would be the goat in my opinion. At least so far. Here Between the Lines is good, but I don't know. I still think they left YouTube. No, they like broke up, I thought. Mr. Groden's the goat. Well, thank you, Mr. Leakey. I'm the goat of this stream because it's my stream, but that's about it. Plenty of microtonal goats. Yeah. Or there's a better layout for this. Not getting. It sounds like weirdly like there's two kind of separate scales. Like there's the pink scale and the like a pentatonic and then quarter pentatonic. It like almost when you go in the green, it almost sounds like it's wrong. Did I do the scale right, or is it not using? Double check. It's five. It's five. 5 1 5 5 2 5 1 5 2 1 5 2. Keep messing up somewhere. Shouldn't like they go in order, so it shouldn't really matter where I start, but that's a D. Okay. I think I had it right. It's really easy for these to sound like the same it's easy for these to sound like two like kind of separate chains or whatever. Can I play the lick but Zen? I don't know if I can play it in this scale. Play in this tuning. Hold on. Go back to Bose and K. Sort of understand that. How's the lick going? There you go. Oh, I think it is. Lucas said, "What are you trying to do?" I'm just messing around in 31 equal. Yeah, that's all. Just playing with the scale. It's called diasem. Abnormality told me to play with it because I don't know. Words were exchanged and feelings were hurt. But you know what? It had to be said. People need to be honest with themselves, you know. We have to be honest about tunings and how they make you feel. Otherwise, we're not gonna really learn them, you know. What is that? Doesn't even sound like a block. This one's kind of weird. I've done diasem and other tunings and it sounds way smoother. So yeah, that's just another reason why 31's overrated. This diasem is overrated too. Yeah, it's a good album, Dom. I'll be right back. Actually, we'll listen to this for a second. Gotta run to the restroom. Anyway, yeah, you want to explore 31 a little bit. Alright, but I don't know. The Dyson is it's just not as smooth as it is in the other tunings I've tried. It sounds like two parallel chains. They don't really interlock as well or as easily. Maybe there's a way to do it, but I don't really want to worry about that right now. I kind of just want to look at 31. A little broader way and just kind of check it out. It's been a while since I've looked at it. I messed with it. And I've spent a lot of time with some other tunings now, so I've checked out chords in like, I've spent some time in 19 for a while. Not recently, but not that long ago. More recently than 31. And I spent quite a bit of time in 22. And not as much, but still like pretty regularly going back to 26. And exploring kind of the modes of those scales, like the different scales of those tunings. Like the major, like 22's got the super pith, the sub minor, super pith, the sub minor mode of the super pith, whatever. And the major and then the minor mode, both have a nice tone. I think they're both nice tone. And all the chords and all that. And I've just kind of messed with all those very basic aspects of those tunings, those basic building blocks of those tunings. And yeah, I haven't checked out 31 since. So now that I have, probably a good time to revisit 31 and kind of reevaluate what it has to offer. Now that I have a little more context. And I will note though, I have done this before, more or less in 31. I've checked out 31 in a very, very general kind of way. It's not convenient for the linnstrument, unfortunately, because it's a little too large. But I can play chords and, play an octave and some scales. Not ideal, but it's something. You can at least get a sense of the sound. And yeah. Anyway, so we've got major chords, of course. Do it slightly different. Think that'll work. For anything fancy, just yeah, it's got a nice mean tone. It's not like now it's fine. Is it as good as 9? Like by good I just mean, do I like it more than like 19's mean tone? I don't know. Let's compare. 31's. Honestly, my impression is not even, I don't know, it just sounds like what it is. Like it's sort of, maybe for lack of a better word, sort of plain. Sort of plain, just like a plain mean tone. So here's 19's. Now to my ear already, 19 is a little, granted the range is a little different because the Size of the tunings. If we bump this up. '19 feels a little sweeter, a little more flavorful. Maybe in a way like a little more off, but it's not really negative. Like it has like more of a personality. So, as far as the mean tone goes, which is the basic, scale of 31, I don't know that I would prefer 31s over 19s. Maybe if you want less personality and less flavor, you would go for 31. Like sometimes you want very pure, colorless, or uncolored sound. Sometimes that's what you're going for. If that's the case, I think 31 is better. Seems to be the case. Let's listen to it again to make sure I'm not just, making stuff up. And it's not bad. In fact, it's quite good. It's a good mean tone. Good major scale. But it definitely like definitely a little quieter. It's definitely a little more chill. Not very excited or exciting. That being said, there's a lot of notes in 31 to do. Let's check out the minor mode. Okay, I'll see what that's like. Natural minor. Notes. So like the the diminished chord. What does that sound like in 12? If I go to 12 and play diminished. Same patch. What does this sound like? Yeah, it's more agitated. We go to 19 and play diminished chord. How does that sound? It's quite dark. 19. Arguably darker than in 12. Let's raise the pitch. Yeah, it's not as forward, not as energized, agitated, but it is very dark. Which, okay, so in 12 it's dark but also aggravated. In 19 it's a little less aggravated but quite dark. And then let's compare that again to 31. Diminished triad. Doing the diminished triad. It's like it's practically neutered. It's like the most chill diminished triad I've ever heard. It's like the most it's just like a matter of fact diminished triad. Just doing the mean tone. Just sticking with, regular diatonic. Out of those three, out of 12 Ito, 19 Ito, the diminished sounds like still sounds diminished. It sounds satanic to you. Yeah, but which one do you think is the most diminishing sounding? I almost feel like 31 like robs it of its flavor. It's like a diminished chord, but it's almost like less of a diminished chord, if that makes any sense. It becomes less of the sound of the diminished chord and more like reading about a diminished chord or something. I don't know how to put it. It's just not as it sounds harsher than usual to you. Oh. Oh, shit. Stuff is subjective. Yeah, to me it sounds plain. Like this one sounds really dark, but not as biting. Not as biting, but it's like darker than normal. Like subdued on the top, but on the bottom it's like more it's amplified. And then 12 it's like yeah, I don't know. Kind of hokey, honestly. But way diminished. And back to 31. Yeah, I don't know. It is a little spooky, I guess. In the same range though. It's still a diminished triad. It's still like same chord. I just feel like it's I don't know. If we look at the notes of that minor third, a little sharper. Minor third's a little sharper, but probably it has more to do with the tritone. Third tritone in this case, it's nice. Still down. We don't need it. We have PL workshop. So let's do some interval comparison. So if we go 6 out of 12. Out of 19. Out of 31. You're just comparing the tritones. That's the 12 Edo. 31 Edo. That's the 19. You're just looking at the 19. I mean, the 19 is obviously the most scary. I don't know if that's obvious. To me, it seems quite clear. That's the scariest one. I don't know. Maybe it could go a different way. I don't know. Me, just looking at the tritones, 31 seems the most tame. 19 seems the most untamed. Let's add the thirds. So the and 31. Now you have different, diminish chords and stuff you can do in 31, so it's not like this is it, but this is just like a one-to-one comparison. Veto one. That one seems the most crazy sounding. That one sounds the least crazy. That one's in the middle. Look at the thirds. That's the most locked in. Nineteen's minor third is super locked in. 31's is it's fine. 12 is a little subdued. I think I like the sound of 12s more than 31s. Honestly, maybe more than 12s. I mean, 19s too. 31s is fine. They're honestly not that different. Just doing the triad. And scale workshop. This is the diminished we all know and love. 31's version. 19's version. 31's is more like 12's. It's just like a different flavor. And a different sort of beating, like you can hear the top end grinding a little more. Nineteen sounds the most insane. If you wanted a different kind of flavor, I would go with 19. Like if you want to intensify the diminished, I would go with 19. If you want something familiar to 12 but slightly different, 31. Obviously, if you just wanted 12, you'd want 12. With MPE synths, you can retune MPE synths as long as like the pitch is MIDI. But just any micro tuning capable synth. So some synths you can retune that don't have MPE, I think. But if it has MPE, you can use like a third-party tuning thing. But the way I'm tuning them is using it might use MPE, like that might be part of it, but it's MTS ESP is what it's called. That's how I retune my synths in my DAW. It's called MTS ESP. If you get it's made by Odd Sound. You can download that, and then you can retune your synths using Surge or Wilsonic. Or usually the MTS ESP compatible synths have like tuning options available too. But some synths you can retune that don't have MPE. It doesn't work with literally any soft synth, so like if you can't, so like this MTS ESP is not like retuning a synth that's not MTS ESP compatible. But there are synths you can retune using MPE, using like a third-party retuner, because it will pitch bend all the notes. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm just using MTS ESP. So you can use MPE, but like for instance on pigments, so right now Sonic is tuning pigments. But if you go into pigments, like it says MTS ESP status on, that's why Sonic is fine. Sonic is controlling pigments right now. But if this was off, or if Sonic was off, you could still go in. If I turn this off, you can still go in and retune it. Where's the tuning stuff? I never do it this way. I know you can. But if I get rid of Sonic, I think it'll work. Oh, here it is. So it says micro tuning right here. See that? See where it says micro tuning? Then you can turn this on. And then you can choose. You can load a tune or a Scala file. And it comes with a few presets too. Yeah, it's just way easier to just do MTS ESP. Do it that way, because that way all your synths will tune the same way. But not every soft synth has that. Has like a micro tuning, like, you know, menu item or whatever. But if they are MPE, you can still retune them using certain retuners. But like Vital, you can tune. So like Vital is not MTS ESP compatible, unfortunately. But you can load a tuning file. You just go load up your tuning file. And you're in 31. Voila. So, yeah. And you can, does it leave notes out from the, so what it does is it remaps the whole synth. So like if I load up piano roll, you can see like this is the bottom note of the keyboard. It's not really C-1 now, it's C#2 or whatever, actually. And it assigns, I can't remember how to play chromatically in this. Oh, there we go. So like every chromatic step of 31, it's assigned to each key. So, because this is now 31 equal, our range is way less. So you still, MIDI will only support 127 individual notes. So yeah, that's why like an isomorphic grid or hexagonal controller is like if you wanna physically play this music, you basically need a isomorphic controller of some kind that you can color code. You can, right. No, this is the full tuning, yeah. So before I was before I got the linnstrument, I did a lot of subsets and stuff because it's really inconvenient to play on a 12 note keyboard, play like almost any other tuning. Although I did, I mean I did 17 for a while and 19 and 24. Some people do play microtonally on normal keyboards. And some people like Stephen Weigel, for instance, and Elaine Walker, they like make their own custom keyboards and stuff. But that's only really it's only really helpful for certain tunings. Yeah, the spread is like unmanageable. So like you technically could play in 31 Ito on a keyboard, but your major second is 5 steps of 31. So that would literally be like a perfect fourth on the piano. So to play a major scale, you have to like basically arpeggiate this weird, like you go perfect fourth, minor third, perfect fourth, minor third. And that spells out a major scale. So it's like really unwieldy and really awkward, and it's hard to keep track of. But I mean, if you really wanted to, you could do it. But obviously, smaller tunings are a little easier to keep track of. And then if you can just program the 12 keys to be close to like close by notes and other tunings, that's like the best thing to do, honestly. That's why I like Amelia, like Zira Rose's like primodal like keyboard mappings are so cool. Like, and you know, even if you don't do her stuff, like just stuff like that is nice for beginners because you can just play a regular keyboard and just like have some of the notes, or maybe all the notes are in a different tuning, but it's still familiar, and like the minor third is where the minor third should be, and so on and so forth. Like if you play what looks like a major chord, it's not the normal major chord, but it's it's some kind of major chord. And yeah, that that kind of stuff is I did a lot more of that kind of stuff before I got the linnstrument. Now that I have the linnstrument and it's convenient to, I like pretty much just do Itos. Pretty much do nothing but Itos. Because you can play the full tuning. It's very interesting. I think it's interesting, yeah. But the minor 9 in this is very dissonant. So what's the whole tone? That makes sense, because the whole step is a little narrow. Because the fifth is a little narrow. You get some gnarly minor 9s. Yeah, the major third is really close to just. And this is why a lot of people like 31, or one big reason. But the fifth is so flat. Just sounds a very placid major chord. Very placid major chord. If you like JI and you like that really like very stable sound, definitely get that. To me, it's a little too calm. You can do a lot of like almost JI stuff. This is the almost. They don't even put 11/8 on. Oh yeah, they do. This is almost 11/8. A little flat, but. Mine 31. Doing on 30. It's got like a kind of harmonic seventh. Pretty close, I think. Extended chords sound pretty nice. You've just been doing stuff like modulating pitch by MIDI note numbers. The tuning gets more spread out the higher up on the keys. Yeah. So yeah, as you stretch your tuning, you can approximate other tunings too, without necessarily playing the exact tunings. But yeah, because like as you narrow the step size, modulating the pitch by the. Oh, I see. So like it raises exponentially, basically. Is that what you're saying? So like it would like use the MIDI note as like a multiplier. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, they were talking about that in the microtonal Facebook. We're talking about something like that. So like in JI, as you ascend in pitch up to a certain point, like it wraps around every like 2 to the n. But basically like, or yeah, more or less. Or whatever your starting point is times 2 to the n. It always wraps around. But basically, like, the lower the pitch, the lower the pitches are, the greater the distance between them. I mean, that's just always true. So, like, higher, like, two high numbers are next to each other are always going to be a smaller amount. You know, I mean, mathematically, it just makes sense that way. So like, I think that means that, like, ji is like logarithmic, basically. But it also means that, like, the information is denser as you approach the octave. Like, there's infinite information in ji anyway, and then, like, with the wrapping around and stuff, because you octave reduce everything. Once you wrap everything around, there's like there's basically infinite information in every segment of the pitch continuum. But sort of paradoxically, it's always top heavy. Like, regardless of what segment of the space you're looking at, it's like always top heavy. Because it's logarithmic. But an Edo is not. It's not top heavy. It's like evenly distributed. So because, like, so basically, like, if you look at any given octave, if you're just looking at ji, just imagine any arbitrary octave, and it doesn't even matter where you start. But if you just went with the normal harmonic series, so you started on 4, the octave would go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 would be the next octave. The distance from 4 to 5 is wider than the distance from 5 to 6. The distance from 5 to 6 is wider than the distance from 6 to 7, and so on. And it doesn't matter where you start. There's always more notes crowding the top of the octave. Like, it's always leaning up. And the subharmonic series is literally the mirror image of that. But in an Edo, everything is evenly distributed. Like, it's not anchored to either direction. And I think this is something kind of interesting about Edos that may lend to some of its, like, that may make it psychologically satisfying, maybe psychologically, like psychoacoustically satisfying in a way that ji does. I mean, obviously you can, like, construct a scale using ji pitches where it's not top heavy. But if you're just looking at pure, like, harmonic series ji, it's always top heavy. But, like, arithmetic Edos they're not heavy anywhere. They're always evenly distributed. I don't know. I can't remember why we're bringing this up. Because Mr. Leaky was talking about his pitch distribution on his keyboard. It's like literally the opposite. So it's like a subharmonic series, I guess. It's like bottom heavy. Like, it's similar to the subharmonic series. How it's constructed. Movement of chords that have near ji ratios is pretty nice versus an exact ji ratio that buzzes. Yeah, you can modulate it the other way too, yeah. I don't know if I mean, is the inverse of exponential logarithmic? I don't know if that's true, because if yours is, they might still be different. I don't know if that's the case. Like, if you invert a logarithm, is it an exponent? I don't know. Or is it just like negative exponent? or negative logarithm or whatever. I don't know how that works. Log is inverse natural log to the x. Oh, interesting. So yeah, like yeah, and there's like studies on that too, Paleac. I don't know if you've heard of these at all, but like there've been at least a couple studies where they like just test people's preferences for like just musical intervals. And people tend to prefer near JI to JI, just in general. It's already like a known just general preference. The derivative of e to the x is, I don't know, even if it's cultural. I don't know. I think there are cross-cultural studies that have looked at this as well, but there's definitely like Indian classical music is in J high, but it's also humanly imperfect. I don't know. I can't have no idea how Indian classical music works. I mean, I've heard of ragas. I know they like Ase, Ghana, whatever, like do re mi, basically. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say that like basically anyone who's like singing or playing by ear, like a fretless instrument, they're just like everyone's just tuning to JI all the time, but like how do you really know that, you know? Like like how much of that has been measured? That's something I haven't seen the study on that. The 12-note keyboard, they have 2 available subnotes for every one of the 12 notes. That is a JI ratio. Ugh. Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting. With brass instruments, we lower major thirds by ear. You lower them on purpose to make them more JI. Use a subminor third interval or a super minor third. It's exact JI whenever playing a minor third, depending. Okay. Interesting. I don't know. I'll look into it, I guess. Maybe I won't, actually. I'll just take your word for it. Just don't, I don't know. I don't know what, like, their... Yeah, always take your word for it. I don't know what like, the training there is like. I have no clue how tuning works in Indian music. I'm a little curious, but there's more correct intervals that way. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much I care to be like a scholar about all this stuff. Like, I don't know how badly I want to learn like another culture's music that they already have like a rich tradition and I have to like work hard to understand it. I really just want to like make up stuff using different concepts than what I'm used to. It's been a while trying to understand it, and basically it's just JI, but with a bunch of Indian words to describe every concept. Okay. Cool. I'll help you, mate. Got new stuff too. Yeah, I mean, of course. Look, I listen. I've listened to like Carnatic music and stuff. I had a phase, and I'm not like against music from other cultures. It's just like, do I really want to like sit there and study it like I'm going to school? You know what I mean? Like I see like drummers and other musicians sometimes saying like Takadimi and stuff. And I'm like, and they're like, oh yeah, we learned this at Berkeley. I'm like, why are you learning that at Berkeley? Like, I don't have a problem with it, but like, don't you already know how to count? Like, what's the difference? But I don't know. I've never learned it. And then people do the conical or whatever. You can count way more complex stuff. Okay. Helps with polyrhythms. I don't really know. I guess I just don't know how it works. I mean, what do you, I just don't know how it works. I'd have to actually learn some of it. Pablo rhythm gets nutty. I mean, yeah, sure, it does. I don't know. You're learning a language and creating a one-to-one mapping in your head with language and rhythm. Basically dividing the beat into arbitrary divisions. Yeah, but can you not already do that? The ease that you can speak becomes the ease that you can play rhythm. Yeah, but to play a complex rhythm, don't you just memorize it and just play it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like I don't feel like I need to complicate my rhythm any more than it's already complicated. I don't know. I don't see I don't feel like I'm missing anything. Like when I see like really complex like new classical stuff where there's like uplets of uplets, they're tuplets of tuplets, I mean, and I'm just like, okay, have fun. It all sounds like nonsense anyway. It sounds like you could have just like done it all incorrectly and no one would have been able to tell the difference. You went on a hike and recited a rhythm over and over again until you had it internalized. Like saying hippopotamus for quintuple notes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gosh, what? Do every 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Every 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1. What do you want? What's wrong with counting? You went home and immediately could play without any forceful memorization. I mean, you already memorize it though. That's what you're saying. You just felt less. It was more fun, I guess. The recitation of the words becomes the exact same as you practicing the physical muscle movement. Counting breaks down when you get to multi-syllable words. What's the word? What rhythm can you not break down by counting and or notating it that you can break down by saying it? Like the physical pattern of how your hands move on the drum can be trained by speaking. About the process and what is more effective. I mean, that's fine. Different strokes, I think. I mean, maybe if I actually had the patience and time to learn it, I would start to agree. I would go, oh yeah, I can do, because then I'd have like a concrete example, like, you know, I couldn't do this, and then I started saying Takadimi, and then I could do it because I said Takadimi. Like they did like the pass the goddamn butter for the 3-4. And I always just thought that was confusing. Like I was like, what if you just say, what if you say it wrong? And then like this guitar player I was hanging out with was like, everyone always emphasizes the next to last uh beat on pass the goddamn butter. It's pass the goddamn butter. Pass the goddamn butter. And I'm like, that's a good point. It's like it's almost like you can like train yourself more objectively if you just look at the numbers. You just think of but that's not saying anything about conical or have you say that because I don't know anything about it. Maybe it's more systematic than just like these playing with these like word phrases. Like pretty much every drummer in the world that's learned to play tabla has said it completely reshaped their approach and understanding of rhythm. Well, I mean, I'm not saying there's nothing to it. I'm just saying I don't I'm not like as a musician, I'm not like going around like how do I get my rhythm better and like I'm more focused on like basic stuff like how do I play on the beat or behind the beat or ahead of the beat and be able to do all that stuff in in the appropriate context, blah blah blah. Like, I try saying I can get this rhythm instead of pass the butter. I can get this rhythm. I can do a 3 against 4 though. I don't need that to do 3 against 4. That's I do. I played so many 3 against 4s. I played a lot of polyrhythms. I've never needed to say anything to learn polyrhythms. I just counted them out. Your rhythm's all right. Well, it'll get good. You got the delay down pretty quick, so. Actually, practicing delay will help you play like steady. It'll really help you to play like steadily. Practicing with a delay. Um, like the best things for me for practicing rhythm have been playing to a metronome, counting things out, um, learning accents. That one's like a huge thing. You don't always hear people talk about. Just like what notes do you emphasize and like really going for those. And then just playing with other people because when you play in a group, the rhythm is never the same. It's always however those people are playing. And like learning to play in different groups where the sense of groove is different and learning how to adapt to those different situations. That will show you your limitations more than anything. And that'll kind of show you where you want to go. But some things I've done like on my own that are a lot of fun is like playing to a beat and trying to affect the way that the beat sounds by what I play on the piano. We hear a lot of the opposite where it's like the beat changes the stagnant melodic or harmonic or whatever voice, but you can change the way that the beat sounds. Like you can change how the beat sounds by the spacing of the musical part as well, which happens a lot in music, of course, especially with like polymetric stuff. And you know, I'm not like the rhythm guru or anything, but I don't know. I don't have my head down worrying about my rhythm. Like I know things I want to work on, and none of them involve having to learn a completely new system.
So, what are you gonna ask the wizard for, Pixel?
Well, I'm not sure he's such.
That being
The future
said,
of your business is here.
anyone who
With Wix, you
anyone
get
who
advanced
wants
AI
to learn that should. I mean, I'm not saying people shouldn't learn.
No matter who you are, there are times.
इसका जोड़ा पेश करता हूँ इसका जोड़ा पेश करता हूँ
Mr. Gordon
Hey,
is
कोई
in,
चीज़ मगर
is
जरा
in harmonic
बेदम होगा Thank you.
I mean, it's cool phrasing. Maybe there's something that's going over my head, but I'm not saying it's not useful. Like, do I need to do this is my question, and my answer to myself is no. I don't think I do.
Thank you.
Would I learn something from it? Yeah, of course I would. Would it enrich my musical life and all that? Yeah, I guess probably. I don't know. I spent a lot of time learning polyrhythms, and like honestly, when I look back on that, I'm kind of like, what did I get out of that? I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure what I got out of that. I'm not saying I got nothing out of it, but I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what. Because I almost never use them. Almost never. And in fact, every time I hear them, I'm always so unimpressed. Like I learned the 5 against 7, and then I heard it in a Vijay Iyer piece, and I went, wow, it's a 5/7. That was the extent of it. Terrible. Like, what? Why? All those hours wasted just to hear some other asshole do it. I don't hate them, but I mean, what, like, they don't, like, what is it, what are you even doing with it? Most of the time, they're not even doing anything with it. They all kind of sound the same, too. It's like, they all sort of sound the same. They're all like just like slightly out of phase phrase. Like one is a little different from the other, but like you hear a bunch of them and they're just all kind of have the same effect. It's like how deep do you really need to go into it? Hey Ambercat, what's going on? Seems like a fixation of hatred. I think I have a few of those. Got a reference of Moss on your cover in case anyone wants to play along on 12-tone keyboards. 2 streams in a row. Polyrhythms. Didn't slander them yesterday or the other day. I just thought I was just wrong about something. You did scale workshop? Oh, nice. What tuning were you playing with? Yeah, if you're like wrong, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about 31 Ito. Weird Fishes is a very great song with polyrhythms. Are they doing, I don't think they're doing true, are they doing a real polyrhythm in there? I think he's just like phrasing, it's like phrased like a 3 against 4. But it doesn't like complete or something. I can't remember. Or it does it complete, I don't know. Maybe it does. But that one is also like that one's like not even really poly. That one's more like polymetric because the rate of the one part is the same as the rate of the other part. They don't actually they're not like syncopating a smaller unheard subdivision. It's like it'd be like if my left hand was playing 3/8 notes, like accenting every 3/8 note, and my right hand was accenting every 4/8 note. That's more like that's really what it's like in Weird Fish. I think. Should we repeat this again? I love that song. It's like one of my favorite songs. I'd be happy to revisit that and be wrong about that one as well. .22 Ito works well on a standard keyboard. I don't know if it works well, but you could technically do it. I guess the drums and the guitar. Is that what you mean, Mr. Leaky? The guitars are doing what I was just talking about. The guitars are playing the same pulse of 8th note, but they're playing like different length phrases or whatever. Is he in there? Is he in now, or is that just like a delay? Yeah, they're playing at the exact same rate. It's just the accents are different. So that would be like polymetric. I mean, I mean that I can see why some you might want to say that's a polyrhythm or whatever, but they're both playing in 4, but they're accenting different notes, and those accents produce a longer form polyrhythm. You can argue that's not really a poly. You could say it's polymeter. Say it's a polyrhythm. I don't really care. It's not like one guitar's in 3 spanning the length of, like, one's not playing triplets and the other's playing 16th notes. You know what I mean? They're both playing 8th notes. They're just accenting different notes. Either through like the sides of the chord or through like it's more from the sides of the chord than like physical accenting. But yeah, the harmony's like kind of outline like a polymeter base, more or less. Yeah, it's a great song though. your stickler trigger. Yeah. Well, prepare to be incensed. We're here. We're here to rage. This is Gordon Weary's microtonal rage stream. Theory rage. We're here with every genius ever. Yeah. Really. 36 Ito's pretty nice. Yeah, 36 is kind of nice actually. All right, anyway, so what else does 31 have? The majors, no neutrals. The major. It's got a super major, but it's not. A little sussy. Yeah, like the super major in 31 is not that exciting. It's like too wide, too sussy. It is close to 9/7, but I think because the fifth is flat, just not lock into that. So that's 31's super major. Let's compare that to 22's. Actually, let's do this in a scale workshop. So 22, what is it, 8? And then 31, it's I think 11. So we'll put both fifths in there as well. 22's fifth is 18. And then 22's fifth is 13. Super major. Because the 22 one is sharper, it like resolves to 31. That's funny. So in that context, it's good as a major. Let's also put in the regular majors and see how those, see if those change anything. So 10 of 31, and then 7 of 20. We'll try both resolutions. So that is definitely the more resolved major chord, which makes sense. It's just like more close to just. But that super major, and in fact, it might have less to do with the super major itself and more to do with the quality of the major, but the super major to major, like the super major in 31 does not sound as good. And yeah, I think it's because the major chord is so pure, like it's a little purer than like 22s, for instance. But let's check. Yeah, I don't know. It could just be like exposure to. I spent a lot more time in 22, but to me, this chord this is the super major in 22. It just it just feels better. It like feels like it belongs more. And this is one thing I wonder is part of the reason I think 31 is overrated. I think what a lot of people see is like the advantage of the JI nearness. I wonder if this is actually, at least to me, sort of a disadvantage because when you contrast the stuff in 31 that is close to JI to the stuff that isn't, but I don't know if that even makes sense because isn't the super major kind of close too? I think it's a little flat. Then the fifth is a little. So why don't they work out? I don't know, but maybe that has nothing to do with it. But I don't know. To me, it's kind of like. I don't know. It's not as satisfying as super major. I don't think I'm. I don't think I'm saying anything too crazy. Not as good as super major. It just sounds like a sus chord. All right. Let's see. Polymeter. Okay. You realize that neutral chords sound like train horns. All microtonal chords mainly sound like car horns. Anyone agree? Starting to notice it's not just neutral. Yeah, agree. Train horns play augmented chords in real life. You like neutral chords more than augmented. Augmented, yuck. Send me something interesting. Go to page 126. Chords and how they like chords that are closer to JI. Speaking about 22, you put out a cover using this tuning today. You find 22 quite beautiful. This job variable, thanks. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I was just talking about this. talking about some studies on musical interval preferences and how people tend to prefer near JI. What page? But not JI. But they prefer it to JI. Not that they prefer it because it's JI. They prefer it because it's not exactly JI. They prefer that to JI. So there's like a happy medium. Kind of. Not exactly medium. There's a tendency towards JI without specifically wanting that. That is documented. This page? Right here? Or the page up here? Oh, 22. Pat. They they researched musicians. It's already a confound. You should not do musical research with musicians. Yeah, they already messed up. You can't whatever they concluded, you can't take it seriously because musicians are so turned on by novelty that non-musicians are not. You just like you can't do a musical preference study and just choose 14 musicians. And they probably all go to the same school, meaning they probably half of them are friends, and they all have half of them have the same. There are studies with non-musicians, maybe not on 22 equal, but there's plenty of studies. There's studies that show that people in general prefer near JI to actual JI. It was on the microtonal Facebook group. If I can dig it up, I'll send you a link later. Or I'll pull it up on stream or both. It was a while back though. But I'm curious what they discovered nonetheless. Let's see, what did they conclude? Right. So the just chord got their highest rating, followed by the super major. Where's the chart? Okay. So 8, 713. Okay, here they are. So this one, and the subminor was rated higher than the minor. That does not surprise me. That does not surprise me. 039. I might go back to this chart and play some of these chords for fun. I'll do that in a minute. I don't want to get too derailed though. Did they do anything other than 22? No. Alright. Well, I'll look at that later. um, the chord most consonant is on 114. Nick did the random root. Oh, nice. Let's check that out. Did you see this already variable? But yeah, I really want to keep analyzing 31 and give it a thorough assessment that its reputation deserves. But yeah, there we go. Easy. Oh, I keep messing these up. Uh, what? Oh my god. Sounds like a phone. Oh, it was. Wow. Oh my god. Wow, I'm really bad at that. um, the URL. Okay. All right, let's do more of this 31 stuff. So the major chord, obviously very close to just. Little flat on the top on the fifth, but the third, very nice. Super major, not the biggest fan. It's a little sussy to me, but there is one. Definitely is one. And then Let's try the minor. The minor's fine. Also do those sevenths. So like if we do like major 7, got a nice like it's got some very nice like extended diatonic chords. Major 7 is nice. It's like feels a little round, I guess. It's not like this, there's nothing special about it necessarily, but it's a nice like pure sound. And then super major again, I'm not the biggest fan. I think there are nicer super major chords for sure. 26, even 22. 22 is a little abrasive, but it does feel better. This one, even though it's flatter, it somehow sounds more like a suspension. I don't know why that is. Again, I think it might have something to do with the quality of just the regular major, or it could have something to do with the flatness of the fifth. I'm really not sure, but to me, it doesn't sound like a super major as much. And like, also like in 22, the super major doesn't sound like a distinct chord from the major in the same way as it does in 26. So just for comparison, like if there was like a whatever you call it, 26 would have the most distinct super major versus major where they both sound nice. 26 would. Then 22 a little less. They feel a little more interchangeable, but they're still distinctive enough. 31, the chords sound distinct, but the super major almost doesn't sound super major in any sense at all. But in the right context, obviously, it would. For instance, resolving down from a fourth. Blah, blah, blah. It is a super major. And then with the seventh, I don't know. Heard nicer super major sevens. That's the major chord with the super major 7. I don't know. It's not as good. It's not great. It's not something I want to hang out necessarily. And then when I spend more time with 31, eventually I'll try to make these chords sound good in the right context. That will definitely be a thing I'll learn how to do. But just first impressions, like not the most pleasant super major. Whatever that means. It is flat, but there's something about I don't know. There's something about either the closeness to the 9/7 or the flatness of the fifth. It's like, I don't know, it's the whole chord or how it relates to the major chord next door. There's something going on there. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to like it doesn't even really have to make sense. I'm just saying my impressions. I'm sure there's like something, and I'm sure there's something to it. Maybe because it's in between 9/7 and 14/11, it's too ambiguous. Like you can't. It's not locking to either one. That would be like the what do you call that thing with that graph? That'd be that theory's explanation, though, where it's like tones are concordant when they're like less ambiguous. Since this one is like, it's ambiguous whether it's like septimal or undecimal. Like, you know, I think it's hard. I think you can't really judge the chords on their own. Like they have to be like they're in a larger context of like the tuning and what else is going on. And you know, there's ways. None of these all these judgments I'm making, like this is just like first impressions. Like I really believe that, let's say the super major in 31 sounds ugly or bad. There are ways to make it sound good. There are contexts where it would make sense and it would sound good. And there's a way to learn the sound and to where you can appreciate it, you know, more. You can kind of see what it's good at and maybe use it, play to its strengths. You know, there's a way to do that. I have not spent enough time with this tuning to figure that out yet. But I believe it's possible. And you know, in music in general, I usually spend some time trying to find the context for the ugly notes that make them beautiful. I mean, that's part of the fun of making music. So, you know, all this is just first impressions. I think it's not the best sounding super major triad because it's just not satisfying the way some other, like the 26 Edo super major is quite nice even just on its own. The 22 super major, it's, you know, a little off and on, but you know, it's a little easier, I think. And part of it has to do with how it sits in with the other 22 notes. I'm like, especially after messing with 26, I'm thinking more about 22's major and super pyth to the major and super major is like being more similar to like the minor mode in 12 Edo, where like you have melodic minor, harmonic minor, natural minor. Usually in music, in a minor mode, you use sometimes even all of the minor modes, but it's still just a minor key because basically the tones tend to be interchangeable, just depending on context. I mean, obviously there's differences in style and whatever, but just generally speaking, the minor mode has always been a little more convoluted, and I've heard it described before as if you're really honest about what notes are in a minor key, it's you know, the root, the second, the minor third, the fourth, the fifth, and then both sixths and both sevenths. They all belong to a minor key. And I'm kind of thinking in 22 the major and super major is similar, because when I've been learning these songs in 12, there are instances where I like find myself wanting to go into super pyth because like melodically it makes more sense, whereas oftentimes harmonically the nice tone makes more sense. And I mean that's like almost exactly how like melodic and harmonic minor are used in the minor key, because like in a minor key we almost always use the leading tone, and a lot of times we use the leading sixth too. So and it's because it just like, you know, makes the harmonies make more sense. It's not exactly the same in 22, but it's pretty similar. And I kind of think that I'm thinking maybe that's how it just is in 22. I kind of wonder if that's just how it is. Obviously, I only know so much so far, so. But I'm kind of gonna approach it with that idea in mind, I think, going forward. Because I've sort of inadvertently been doing that anyway. Just because it's sort of made sense too. Excuse me. Ah, the menu. Okay. You did down. See. Oh, you had the half step right there. Oh, interesting. Um. Yeah, okay. So we had the super major, we have the major, and then we have the neutral. That's the minor, right? Yeah, minor. Alright, there's the neutral. Yeah, a lot of like I feel like there's a lot of like kind of roundness in a 31 just in general. I feel that with the neutrals well. It's kind of like rounded off or like softened in a way. It's almost like like rounding off the like sanding down the edges of like a hard trim or whatever. Maybe not with the ninth, but in the neutral. It's not an abrasive neutral. I think if you're not a fan of neutral, it could be quite nice. If you like the metallic sort of thing, curious like I want to compare that to 17's neutral. That's the one I've messed with and 24's. Those are the two neutrals I've heard the most. I'll compare those three. So in 31, neutral's 9. Ugh. What was it? 15? Oh, was it? The heck? There we go. Okay. So, and then 7 it would be I think 5. 17, I mean 5. And then be 10 for the fifth. And then for 22 it would be 5, not 22, 24 would be 5. Nope, it'd be 7. And then thought that, and then 14. Okay, so here's, and we'll order them by flatness or sharpness, however you want to put that. So in 31, that's pretty nice neutral for you. And then in 24, it's a little more abrasive. Yeah, I think that's right. I think at 31 it's a little softer. 24 it's a little more abrasive, a little more metallic. 17 it's like extra. So if that's what you like about neutral, 31's obviously not a good choice, but if you kind of dislike that about neutral, I think 31's a good choice for neutral. Kind of interesting. Yeah, it's like a softer neutral. But also if you throw in like that flat 9, sounds pretty gnarly. You get some gnarly sounds, I'm sure, but 31 does feel kind of soft, just in general. A little soft and a little pure. You know, when you think about what kind of music is being made in 31, it's usually like jazz and kind of like ambient electronic and a lot of piano stuff. Yeah, we were doing the neutrals in 31 versus 24 and 17. Yeah, 17 is definitely like the most abrasive, followed by 24. 31 seems to be the most chill. And of course, this probably has a lot to do with the width of the full chord, but like the 24 neutral is like, even though the 5th is closest, it still sounds more. Sounds more metallic than that one. That's pretty nice. I like the 31 neutral. Good. Alright, let's keep going. So then the minors. Again, the neutral will be like. Yeah, that's always interesting. And then major, super major. Yeah, super major is not too exciting. Honestly, 26 has got like probably the most intriguing super major I've heard. And then or most inviting, I guess I should say. Anyway, back to the minor. Chord, fine. Not bad. Good. Got nice like jazz chord. I mean, having a harmonic seventh is cool. That's one of the nicest things. 31. Yeah, if you want to do like harmonic seventh chord, 31 has really good harmonic seventh chord. And the 11 is pretty good too. And yeah, I know the 9's a little flat, but I think it's. I'm good with that. And then yeah, the minor's just minor. Nothing special. Good though. I mean, it's a minor. Playing a minor key. I do wonder, like, if you want the harmonic minor, what do you do, like in 31? Do the regular harmonic minor? Guess you could. That makes sense because harmonically, though. The 31 neutral is right on 11.9. Oh, interesting. Yeah, the 31 neutral sounds quite good, yeah. Harmonic seventh chord is fun to slide. So if I play that. So what's the Yeah, I think it's like the JI approximate stuff is the most obviously like cool part of 31. 26 as a whole is so underrated. Wait until you go through the instant. Right. A prophet can do this stuff. Nice. Yeah, you can retune a lot of keyboards and load Scala files and stuff. If you just like look up whatever you're using and type in microtonal in Google. If it's like in the user manual or somebody's figured it out, there's probably something on it online. Like sometimes you can just look in the user manual because they'll like put it in there. Like I did that with the Turia Micro Freak and with my Juno DS. Like I didn't get either of them to do microtonal stuff, but when I got into microtonal stuff, I was curious if they could, and I looked in the manuals, and I discovered they both could do it in the manual. And I didn't even read the whole manual. I just just looked it up. Yeah, 31's got some nice like JI approximate stuff. So if you want like a harmonic seventh chord, and to move it around. Now, not to be hypercritical, but at the same time, if you want to do JI, you know, you can do JI. And if you're using a tuning for its JI, maybe 31 is a good one because it can do a bit of stuff. But like a lot of tunings have some JI represented, but you know, just some. And then like if you really want to do more of it, you end up just having to do JI. So I don't know. For people for whom 31 is a good, like maybe for a lot of people it's a good enough compromise. I don't think overall an Ito's approximations to JI, obviously they have to do with like the character of the sound of the tuning, but it's not necessarily like a selling point. Like it's a kind of a sophisticated thing because you're only going to have certain JI elements represented, and you're going to have a lot of other stuff that's either not cleanly represented or just random other pitches. And it really boils down to like, do you like the sounds of the tuning? Another thing about the JI in 31, and I kind of brought this up earlier, but only briefly, I think. The JI is so buzzy. I've heard stuff in 31 before where it's basically in mean tone, but it'll like go to like a harmonic seventh, or like there will be some nice buzzy chords, close to JI chords. The quality of those chords and like the buzziness of the chords. Now, this isn't necessarily bad, but it's just something that happens. Like, it creates an effect. Like, when stuff is really close to JI or JI itself, it creates an effect. Creates that buzz effect. And when you're going in and out of the buzz, just like randomly, it creates a sort of clunkiness. Maybe clunkiness isn't the right word, but it creates, there's an inconsistency where, like, there's a lot of stuff in 31 that's not JI, obviously. I mean, there's tons of stuff that isn't. And then, like, if you're going into it purposefully and with intent, but at the same time, you kind of have to treat those chords, I would imagine. I haven't really done enough of this to know, but I imagine you have to treat those chords, you know, for what they are. And you know, it's an element of the tuning that you would have to be aware of. Now, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just that there are tunings that don't get buzzy really. Like 22, for instance, even though it has some pretty close JI intervals, it doesn't really ever get buzzy. I haven't noticed it. Maybe it can with the right chords, but I've never noticed it. So you do get some like really sweet thirds, and you do get some stuff closer to JI than 12, but it never crosses that threshold of like giving you that kind of buzzy wash. Now, I like that wash, so for me, it's not exactly a bad thing. I think, you know, when I do get around to, when I am able to get a Lumitone and I am able to like play in 31 more, this is going to be a thing that I play with and try to learn how to use. And there is that buzziness in 34 too with the thirds, but it's never bothered me. But it also feels a little less extreme, and I think it's because fewer primes are represented as well. But the thirds in 34 can be pretty buzzy. But yeah, it's never really bothered me about that, but I have heard people playing in 31 and where it's kind of gone in and out of that, and I have felt like maybe it could be done with more. It should be done intentionally. Like, you should be aware of it that you should be aware that it's happening, because you can make special moments out of it. It's not unmusical or bad. It's just it's something that happens, and like if you're not aware of it, then I think it can distract from what you're doing. Because one thing that happens is like when the chords lock in, they fuse. We say they fuse. Basically, you don't hear, and this is why, like, historically, like, in traditional music, they avoided, like, parallel fifths and stuff, because they were trying to avoid fusing in the fifths. Like, the only thing that locks in 12 is fifths. They don't buzz, but there's such a purity there, you can lose the independence of the voices. And, like, in larger chords, in JI, everything fuses even more extremely. So if you're thinking in terms of like melodic motion, there's a good chance of like losing the independence of the line to the wash. Now, again, this isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it's just something that, you know, as a composer, you may want to be aware of, or improviser or whatever. All right. Sorry, I saw your message, Variable. I just haven't Is this the same video?
Welcome to Can You Gift It? The Google shopping game show where the deals are endless and everyone wins.
I am shopping for my biggest.
Parallel fifths is a dumbass. 26 gets you a buzzy 11 limit. Yes, sometimes 26 will buzz, but it's very. It seems a little more particular. 26 is that nice compromise. I think so. Yeah, I think that's probably true. 27 has loads of cool sounds, but only gets buzzy in 7 limit. Yeah, I haven't spent much time with 27. 19's 5 limit is nice and smooth. 7 limit is kind of disappointing. Oh, I see. Semichord is cool. 22 can be good ones. Oh, you're saying 26 is also. You want to get a 26 Ito guitar? Yeah, that would be cool. Like if I had just like a ton of money right now, I would get a Lumitone first. I get a 22 Ito guitar, and then a 26 Ito guitar in that order. But or maybe I'd get the corresponding bass first for 22. But yeah, I've definitely been like thinking about that. It'd be so cool to do like, I don't know, maybe like after I get a so maybe when I get a Lumitone, I'll start working on 34 and 26. I mean, I'll revisit 31 and see if I really want to dive into it, but I'm almost definitely gonna spend some time in 34 and 26. But yeah, I think I'm gonna try to write a bunch of music in 22 on the linnstrument once I'm like able to, and in the DAW. So I think once I'm done mixing the Doom Salad stuff, I think I'm gonna spend like that portion of the stream, because that'll give me like an extra hour every stream. I'm gonna make an effort to like write stuff either in Reaper or on the instrument or both, and just start writing a bunch. And you know, I'll do different tunings and stuff, but I'll focus mostly on 22 and just try to get good at 22. And then hopefully by like the end of next year I'll have a Lumitone, or at least have like ordered it. And then once I get that, I'll get deeper into, like right now I'm leaning towards 26. Cuz I think I feel like 22 and 26 are like really good complements too. So you kind of like get a lot out of 26 that you don't get out of 22 and vice versa. So I think that would be a good one to go to after that. But I might get distracted by 34, I guess we'll see. All right, so let me try to finish this though. So I've done the super majors kind of meh, majors solid, obviously close to JI. If that's what you want, 31 is like fantastic for that. Minors, so fine, good, whatever. Pretty close to 6.5 flat. And then let's check out the subminors. Oh, and the neutrals I really liked. Actually, the neutrals I'm the most pleased with out of all of these. What an interesting, like, soft neutral. Kind of pleasant. But, or like round. I don't know, subminor's fine. Because it's close, maybe I should compare it. Not, I think the flatness of the fifth is part of this too. It's like not an exciting fifth. But let's compare some subminors. Be 8. Um, we'll do the 22 subminor, which is like 3. Must be. That would be 4 plus. Is it 6 or 5? Okay. So, so this is 7. And then, I can't remember what. 4 plus 4 is 8, plus 1 is 9. 4. Okay, so is there another good subminor? 26 has a subminor, so does 19. I don't really. So does 24, but 22 is the only one that I really have messed. I guess I've played with 19 a bit. I'll just throw them both in there. We'll do 22, 19. Oh, that's really so. And we'll do 26. It'll be more. There. Holy moly. Getting tired. I gotta go soon. This is the last chord though. What is the 5th and 19? 11. No, the 5th and 20. Okay. Alright, 19 subminors, so subminor, subminor. 31. 22 is nice. I mean, just it's a nice. 31 is subminor. Categorically superior to this, because this is like 2 flat. It's almost a sus chord, basically a sus chord. So this is functionally a better subminor than 19's. 22 sounds way better though. Maybe I'm just used to it, but to me that sounds quite nice compared to that. That's the wrong. Oh. So, that one kind of reminds me of 31. And 26 are comparable. I mean, they're both subminor. 22 has got a very nice subminor, in my opinion. That sound is very nice. But yeah, they're 31 has a subminor. I mean, if you want subminor, it has it. Same thing with 26. I wouldn't go for those subminors over 22s, but if you wanted the other stuff that 22 doesn't have, like the locked-in JI of 31, or like that like really warm super major that 26 has, then you'd still have a subminor as well. So okay, let's see, let me read some of this and then I'm gonna get out of here. Super tired today. 20, I think I read most of this. 26 gets you buzzy 11 limit, though 5-4 and 11-9 are conflated. Yeah, but see, now this is something I'm glad you brought up, because this is something about tuning that is like has nothing to do with JI. Like, what do you call the third in 26? Like, is that a different JI interval? Like, I don't know what it is, but regardless, like that flat tone major chord in 26 is really nice. Like, I don't know what it lines up to. If it's supposed to line up to 5-4, it does a bad job, but it's a really nice major chord. It's very subdued. It approaches neutral, but it's a cool sound, and like the whole scale is a nice sound. The flat tone in 26 is a really nice sound. And I think there's things that come up in tunings that you would miss if you were only looking at JI. And maybe the 26 flat tone is one of them. And it's a nice sound. I mean, I think that is alone a good enough reason to play with 26. It's just flat tone. That's how I first learned about it. Pretty sure Romeo sent me a flat tone, like 12-note scale or 7-note scale or something months ago, and I just noodled on it on the linnstrument and really enjoyed it. And yeah, but yeah, if you look compared to the 5-4, it's really flat. But and yeah, the 11-9, that's the super major in 26, right? And it's really nice. Yeah. The super major in 26 is super nice. 26 and 31 are great. Even notice you can tweak almost any note of any chord and it'll mostly sound okay. Something that doesn't work that well in 22 or 29 for it. Yeah, 26 like sounds good just in general. And like 22 definitely has like I think like super pyth is not for everyone for sure. But I don't know, the more I use it, the more I'm thinking of it. I'm thinking of it like there's like a super pyth nice tone major complex that's like corresponds with like it's similar to like melodic and natural and harmonic minor. There's like a I don't know, if you think of it like that, it kind of makes more sense to me. That's how major works in 22. I don't really mess with 27 sub minor. I could boot it up real quick just to hear the scale. Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time with 27 because I don't know why exactly. I don't know. I've not when I was playing with it didn't never really stuck. I couldn't get anything to stick. Yeah, let's see. Oh, it's definitely cool. It's definitely cool. Yeah, I do like it. And yeah, it is buzzy. You're right, it is buzzy. Yeah, that it's actually pretty sick. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Yeah, this I really like. I think yeah, that's like the flip side of super pyth. Like I think I've been looking at it from the wrong angle. going into it. Like the minors in Super Pyth are like really nice. The sub minor, that is. It's like, yeah, you get a really cool sub minor. The sub minor 22 is really cool too. But yeah, this is definitely like more like a little more exaggerated. It's kind of similar to 22, but like just like more. The 13.8 is really nice. Yeah, I've kind of just shied away from 27 because I don't know. I kept just like noodling around and I could never like yeah, the 7.6 is perfect. Holy shit. Or next door to perfect. Holy moly. That's crazy. The 13.8 is really nice. Oh, it's got neutrals too. I forgot about that. So that's not right. The major 6 down 2. That you like this? You like that interval? It's kind of cool. Very weird. It's hard to think that's a 6. That almost sounds more like a tritone or something. Yeah, 22. I mean, 27. I don't know. It's hard for me. I did really like the sub minor though. Yeah, sub minor. That's like my first experience of like really liking something in 27. I guess if I really want to try to get into it again, I'll start from there. Got regular major third. 27 has Tetracot. What is Tetracot again? Hold on. I'll find it. I'll find it. Oh, that looks. I don't like samey scales usually. But I'll try it. Like, I like. Like, probably like this. Beatles. Maybe. Depends on what these. No. I don't like medium. I like stuff that is like basically the same shape as diatonic. Like there's more big notes and there's only 2 small notes. That's my favorite, but I'll try Tetracot real quick. So 4 4 4 4 4 4 3. I'll noodle on this a little bit and then I'll get out of here. Good. 1 2. That's not bad. That's good. Later variable. It's great for melody, but for chords you need a bigger subset. Gordon is achieving the most incredible things. Alright, so yeah. I'm like dead. I am gonna try to summarize before I go. Is this stream did sort of have a theme, which is 31 Ito. Is 31 Ito overrated? Do I still think that after re-examining it? Yeah, probably. But I think it's fair to say that maybe I'm not the best person to assess. Maybe I don't know enough about tuning in general to really know. People who are much more, who know way more than I do, seem to think that it's appropriately rated. But I don't know. I got a whiff of some crazy hype. Yeah, well, yeah, yes, among microtonalists. Yes, of course, that's all I'm talking about, yeah. No, yeah, it's way underrated among everybody, just like every other tuning. But, regardless of my personal opinion on the matter, here is my just evaluation of certain scales and chords in 31, which I've done with other tunings too. So just continuing that trend, I was doing it in 22 and 26. So I'm just going to go ahead and do that in 31. Well, that's what I've been doing tonight. So the super major, we're starting sharp and going flat. The super majors are nothing to write home about. They oddly sound more like sus chords than the 22 super majors, even though the 22 super majors are sharper. I don't know how that works. It's just how it works. They sound more suspended, but they do function as super majors. You can resolve to them from a fourth in 31. You do have super majors in 31. They're legit super majors. I think they're better sounding super majors. 26 has a really good sounding super major. And I even prefer 22 super major, even though it is, in most contexts, abrasive, an abrasive sound. That being said, I do prefer 22s to 31s. So if you're looking for super major, I wouldn't go to 31 for that specifically. Majors, very in tune, very close to just. The fifth is a little flat, of course, which you're gonna get in all these scales. But not flat enough to be exciting, like in flat tone. But just kind of flat. It's a little subdued. 31 is not exciting. The major scale is not exciting. It's very chill. It locks in sometimes. This is pretty close to just. Or it's very close to just, I think. The third is. Anyway, so if you want something close to just, 31 is great. It's the best tuning I've encountered for that so far. But well, yeah, I agree, Paleo. It does sound kind of boring. It has a placid, it's very chill. It has a placid, unexcited quality. We're used to sharp major chords in 12 Ito. I think if you want mean tone, 19 is a little more exciting than 31. And you get, your thirds are closer to just, although not as close. But you get the sweet thirds. But 19 has a little more character in my opinion. So if you want like a mean tone thing, I don't think 31's the best. But 31 has other things that 19 doesn't have, of course. Yeah, Zia is one of the only people using it in a way that I think is really cool. But anyway, going down the line. So yeah, the mean tone major, not exciting, but it's fine. I think even 12 Ito's mean tone is better than 31's. I'm just being totally honest. And that's what caused this whole video. I was saying if you want something in 12, you want to take something in 12 and make it more boring, tune it to 31. And this is why. I think the mean tone, because it's closer to just, and the fifth is flat, so it feels more subdued. The third is so unexcited. It just sounds more rounded out and pure. It has less character. Anyway, that's the crux of this whole thing. Okay, but moving on. The minor's fine. Nothing to write home about. It's a functional minor. It's good. There's worse minors. Compared to 12, it's comparable. It's probably similar to the major, but not as bad. Like it's a little more rounded out. But it's not as bad. It's probably the minor mean tone is better than the major mean tone. The subminor is, oh wait, I skipped over neutral. The neutral was what I liked the most. I think the neutral is quite nice. So just like in everything else in 31, the neutral is kind of rounded out. But the neutral chords are, I don't know, they're cool. They have a cool quality because neutral is generally, like in 24 or in 17, the neutrals are very like metallic, very abrasive, you know, and it's a cool sound. But if you wanted a neutral with the more pleasing, pleasant sound, if you just wanted to soften the edges a little bit, 31 is a great choice. So I do recommend 31 for the neutrals. I'm not saying it's better. I actually like 17's neutrals. I like the abrasiveness. But I almost see it as like 31's softer neutral is kind of a nice. It's a nice take on neutral. It's a different take on neutral. And I think it's probably worth exploring. Okay, the minors I already said they're fine. Probably better than the major, but nothing special necessarily. The subminor, I don't remember. I want to say it was similarly. What was it? The subminor I thought was fine. Like it has a good subminor. It's distinctively subminor. I compared it to 19 and to 26's subminor and to 22's. Of all those subminors, only 22's really stood out as being quite nice. And I thought 31's was on par with 26's. So if you want a subminor specifically, I think going for 22, or even as we just discovered thanks to Romeo's, or I just discovered thanks to Romeo's. All the real microtonal geniuses already know this. But 27 has a really nice subminor that actually gets some of that JI buzz. But I was going to say, if you wanted like a subminor, but also wanted the buzziness from the stuff that 31 does, you know, if you want them both, like you want the harmonic seventh, you can, you know, do 31 and, you know, do subminor chords and then do harmonic seventh chords or whatever. But if you just want JI buzz and you want a subminor, do 27. But if you just want a really pleasant subminor and don't want JI buzz, I'd say go for 22. So, yeah, anyway. And then with respect to its JI representation, like 31 has the most out of any tuning I've ever played with. It's got the buzziest harmonic seventh chords. It seems to have more lower limit intervals represented well or closely or close enough. It's the only tuning other than like maybe 26. But 26 I don't think does it as well, like, or as strongly. But like you can play like a full like 11 limit chord in a 31 and get a nice buzz, GI buzz. So depending on what you're looking for, and obviously I didn't explore like the 10 trillion modes, I mean mosses and all that, so I did play with Mothra a little bit, but and Diasem, but I didn't really stick on either. The Mothra was very sounded very like suspended-y, because basically it's like a suspended scale, which is interesting, but it's very pure sounding. Yeah, 31 has a lot of like purity, a lot of like placid sounds, and it has some nice JI buzz, which that's where it gets exciting. I think when you do larger chords with like, do that 11 limit stuff, like all the lower limits up to 11 stuff. And that's probably the most exciting aspect of it to me. But I also don't see the advantage of using 31 versus JI. I don't see, and obviously to see all this would take time. You'd have to really like dig into the tuning and play with it and write with it and try it out. And it would take a lot of work, but it's not obvious to me with my limited experience with it how you would go from the JI to the subminor, or from Mothra to JI, or what. Like, I see the JI and it's nice, but it's basically like a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 chord, or whatever you want to call it. And it's like, okay, that's one chord. I guess you can play that harmonic series mode or whatever. Yeah, I see the JI light, but it's like, if you really want JI, why not use JI? I mean, I guess you could write music and go to that chord a lot, or go to, the little subset chords of that chord, or you can transpose that chord, or do scales based on that chord. You could do like the harmonic series approximation in 31 Edo. But honestly, when I want JI to that degree where I want to play the full lower limit, I just go to JI because it's not hard to load it up. And after seeing this kind of stuff that Abnormality is doing with like the bus scale and all that, like it's obvious you can get fairly transposable JI scales where you could probably build, I think that bus scale even had that 11 limit chord represented in like 8 different places or something like that. I don't remember the specifics, but it's like, I think it's that exact chord we're talking about is in 31, and you can transpose it not completely freely, but to a pretty large degree, and you can transpose its subsets even more. So I don't know if there's something about having the fixed grid and moving JI through that. I'm also curious to see how maybe I'll do that this week at some point. I want to check out the update to the Infinitone, because it's supposed to do, they were saying it was going to be able to do like modulating JI stuff. So we'll see if they have actually done that and how it's implemented and how easy it is to use. Anyway, with that, I'm out of here. I will be back tomorrow. I'm going to do some mixing, I hope, I think. I don't know. I've been getting distracted a lot lately, but I do need to wrap that up. I'm at least going to start with some mixing, and then probably go back to some 22 and all that. Will I go back to 31 tomorrow? I don't know. Probably not. I think I was just upset about it today because I got a YouTube comment arguing with me about it. I guess if I get another YouTube comment arguing with me about it, I'll do it again tomorrow. All right. See you guys. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good day, night, whatever, wherever.